Where'd it go? Here it goes. Thank you. That was super cute.
We're going to testify today.
No.
Or yesterday.
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending on what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
He was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay, so she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember
The same amount.
Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol?
I do not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe 10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you
Tara, I'm starting to lean that way too. But we'll see.
saw when you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. In just a quick second, the door to the car, you hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention.
Hold on. My husband's heating up some tacos for us. So it's going to be loud for a minute. So I just am going to pause that. Hold on. Go ahead. And since he's heating up tacos, there will be a minute when you won't see my face on the screen because I don't want to be rude in front of y'all with a meal like that. So I'll just be a little bit over this way. Oh my God, they were so good. So good.
If anybody wants to know how I make them, we can talk about that later.
Yeah, what did you add that was new?
I just added green peppers this time.
There was something else too.
No,
I'm hungry too. And I'm starting to get that shaky feeling, so I need to eat
no.
something
there
other than
was,
cashews.
there was nothing else. Maybe a different taco seasoning.
You
I-
can't
I
have my
bought the-
tacos.
I bought the Jewel Osco taco seasoning this time.
Never change. Well, I kind of liked the seasoning, but we stick to what works.
Yes, I know, but I didn't have much of a choice.
All right. Ready? Set?
To the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead.
That don't look like no blizzard.
Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No,
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in
I
the background?
heard a voice, but I,
Did it sound like she
Thank
said,
you.
my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home? Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
no.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw
Thank
Mr.
you.
O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye, is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril,
Thank
Yes.
you,
that's just
Allison.
basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek?
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the
Thank you for the
hospital,
follow.
that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his
Happens to the best of
right
us.
arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches.
Scratches, eh? Hold on. I gotta write that down.
Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Ms. Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? You recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure.
Fire truck or an
The
ambulance?
SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel. Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize, I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. Four 26/22. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said, is that accurate? You see it in the,
yes, it is.
okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna be disappearing off screen for a little bit to eat right here at my desk. I'll still be here, but you won't be able to see me.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time?
Everybody wants to try to add some extra commentary when asked a yes or no question.
Pages, that's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Thank you. I plan to, they're good.
Did you want to work?
Yeah. I hope so too. They should be.
What I'm looking for is still not here, because I did say I wasn't sure if it was before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait.
Sorry, do you want Sprite?
Yeah.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway, there's 2 cars, and then 2 cars, and then a single, so John's car is there. Karen pulls in, and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
yes.
Just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this, actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie,
Okay.
and it's a short clip, so I'll play the entire clip with the court's
Thank you
permission.
for the follow.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay, and who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this through. Okay, you can stop it. And you can bring the lights up.
I heard nothing.
You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop?
Thank you
and
for
take a look at
sharing,
the
Cindy.
Tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that?
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, "Look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?"
Correct.
Right? Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds like a lot of people are getting caught in lies.
Aaron says, sounds like a lot of people are getting caught in lies.
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and, my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay, I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
No, day two.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So,
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay, and you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced. Not
Guys, please don't give us any spoilers. We're viewing this as a virtual jury. So please, no spoilers.
days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms.
Jury
Roberts,
with
to
tacos
be
to
as
eat.
full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could, and to be as honest as you
I'm
could.
sure the jury would love my
Yes.
tacos.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
Your
No.
tacos are good.
Can't tell
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Hey, I think
I
these are
didn't
your
want to
best
accuse anybody
tacos.
of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I
sound
don't know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
No, you're fine. I was just letting everyone else know just in
During
case.
your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then, for the first time, describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
She's getting defensive.
Usually when people make mistakes.
And guys, yesterday's is up on my YouTube. So if you didn't see it, it is there. Don't worry, you can go back and watch it, and I'll put today's up there too.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Catnip. I'll be juror 8. I like her.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ow.
Handing you a 2-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight. If you want to take a look at that.
We're finding out that she is not remembering things properly either. I'm here. I'm just eating my tacos.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Ma'am, you are a witness. You don't get to ask questions.
Okay.
Be more
does that matter?
strict.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
We know my
Does
memory
that
sucks
refresh your
too.
recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that
I have no
you
idea.
noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say
If it was pushed forward, how did it cut him?
shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about
She looks annoyed.
a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera?
Hold the hell
He was supposed to
on.
do that?
Hold the hell on. So we've got people wanting to get rid of cell phones, houses, dogs, now Ring cameras? Yes, this is a neighbor. Why would they suddenly want to get rid of the Ring camera? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Wanted to get rid of Ring camera. Right?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefe's had the green light or the go-ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefe's that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefe's to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction, we need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No,
Any communication like that?
no,
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it, it's no big deal.
correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefe's did in fact replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lank, correct?
Yes,
He is friends with you.
his daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes,
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family.
no, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No,
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lang there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you all. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was
So-
going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes,
at her house
yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters, I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house, is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house, so I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters, I don't know,
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
as well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call
I know,
it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
so she went over to her friend's house, yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you gonna go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay,
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Semantics.
Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at that 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lang's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah,
And Sergeant Lang's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car?
yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lang there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lang?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lang himself, Mike Lang, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another? On her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes,
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah,
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
yes,
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement. Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
no,
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right? Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes,
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers, I don't know their name,
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
in my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No,
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Best tacos ever.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
during your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's, members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No,
Was anybody taking notes?
no.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
My kitchen.
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay.
My hubby cooked them. If you guys want the recipe, let me know.
You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah,
I'm not lying about the tacos. They really were the best ones ever.
not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't
Thank
know.
you.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No,
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m. you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be
Wait, Catnip, did you try your zombie mask? I had to ask before I forget. Sorry.
walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes,
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and
Thank
worried
you
that
for the
something had happened
follow.
to John.
yes,
You also indicated that once you were at 34th Fairview, once you all had made your way over to 34th Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially,
that's
correct?
correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that if anything,
It's a
she
different
said that
twist
if
to
anything
it.
happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
I was thinking maybe we should do one today, but if you don't have yours, then I won't do mine, okay?
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be
mummy one?
useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
Do you mean the one that says facial pack? I don't have one that says mummy. I have one that says facial pack and one that says zombie pack.
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Link me later, will you?
Thank you.
Wait a second.
I want the link to the mummy one.
And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. If you could take a look at that.
We also got some new samples sent to us. Hi, Care Bear. Since about 11:30, but this is there was a standoff and things just got real and we couldn't get to this right away. We are now 36 minutes in. Oh, you just reminded me, Medicube released new products. They're on the way.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes.
During this interview with
Now I do want to do a zombie mask.
Chico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yes, new stuff.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No,
They didn't cut you off, correct?
no,
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember, I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
This?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
This is they're on sidebar. This is the pore tightening and lifting pack. Skin irritation test completed. I believe this is for, thank you, those with sensitive skin like myself. Babe, so we were thinking, all 94 of us were thinking that something that you could do for society. You just have to agree. You won't try zombie face mask.
No,
Why?
never.
What are you afraid of? Gonna get in so much trouble. No, the zombie one is. Literally, zombie
Ma'am?
pack.
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the
No,
report,
no, bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and Chico told you at the end of the interview?
Which
I
one?
don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even
You
reading
don't
it, I'm
need to
not
be bitchy,
remembering.
ma'am.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are
That's
not
true. Which one do you want me to do? Zombie or facial?
fresh in your mind, and nothing's
Multiple
refreshing your
facial.
recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the
You
basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in
I'll
fact,
put my hair up.
when you were asked about that particular statement,
Yes.
I'm sorry, when you were asked about that particular series
It really
of events,
is.
that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally, the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead, and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
No, it's not.
You did add that, I'm sorry, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper Tachik.
I'll make you guys a deal. If we can get to 100,000 likes, I will do a zombie mask while we're doing this. I can multitask.
Was anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
And you also didn't say anything
Thank you.
about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that.
No. I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed,
Girl, you think I'm gonna
that was the
remember?
February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report, is that right?
Say it again?
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay.
I think mine might be a little worse. Are we wanting me to do one? If we get to 100,000, I'll do it. But if we're gonna do it, if you guys are that dedicated, I'm gonna start taking makeup off because, yeah.
I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. Report of that interview?
It might.
What paragraph?
Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
This is the impression.
No, do not do that, catnip.
Oh, for the date, yes.
No.
Yes.
What date was it that you got it?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Catnip,
So both
hands
of
on
you
the
were
wheel.
assisting in each other's memories, correct?
I'll
Yes.
do one. Just
I
keep your
remember
hands on
this.
the wheel.
And you remember this, and you know, okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory, going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yep.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
keep
just
your
let me
hands
know.
on the wheel. Sanders got us covered. Yeah, we don't need you missing any squirrels. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview in Miss McCabe's house.
Thank you.
And that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview?
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Very
Okay,
so.
but you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that, that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean as the second time you were interviewed, February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You
What?
weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
She's telling them all the stuff.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand.
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at
Just
12
come clean.
Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
I thought,
She would say something, then you would say something, then
hold on, ma'am. You just said a second ago that you didn't do it together and that it was just a few points and just for a second. Now you're saying the whole damn thing?
spark something that she would say and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
We're
Well, I
almost
asked to
there.
speak to him, but yes,
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was
Do you think she already knew that they had a text message ring about her and they were talking shit about her? Maybe it wasn't in the way that I'm saying it, but to listen to the entire. I'm sorry, we're the jury. I shouldn't be talking to you guys. Sorry.
February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes,
That's where I'm leaning
Was
to.
that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you
Thank
met
you,
with
Kelly.
police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police yet a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police
Yes,
and handed your phone over, is that right?
yes,
She handed her phone over, is that right?
yes.
And the two
Why the hell did they need to be with each other every time they had an interview? What the hell?
of you were together when you consent forms, is that right?
Yes,
Think of your own kids. Think of your own
Fifth
kids. You
time
shouldn't be doing
you
this
told your story
lying.
was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave
Yep.
official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
Bullshit.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends
Correct.
because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
as we're getting closer, I'm just to let you know the zombie pack comes in two forms, two steps. The powder pack and then the activator. When you open this, do not spill it. It's all powder. When you add this, you mix it together. That's how it gets ready.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Hey, babe.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you.
Right.
To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the
you get
course
me my
of that
brush
January
that's on the bathroom
29th
spinny
interview
thing?
with state police?
It's clear
Do you
with
recall
white.
that or no?
No.
It's a brush for this.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Her credibility is
Yes.
almost as bad as the last guy's at this point, in my opinion, of course. You guys really are working hard to get us to that 100,000 likes. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm just going to go ahead and get mixing. This is the zombie face mask. Calm down. Careful.
Yes.
Take a look, there's two tabs.
Look, don't tell us anything. We're the jury, remember?
Data across the two tabs.
It's all white powder inside. More whitish
Okay.
yellow. Then you open this and pour it in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think he threw it.
Okay.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch. Okay?
Make sure you get the whole packet of liquid in here, Catnip.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Then you take your brush and slowly
Did you
mix
take a look
it.
at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Ms. McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Spilled
Did
some.
you, Ms. McCabe, texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact?
You looked in the
question,
mirror?
Did you, in fact, call Ms. McCabe right after the interview?
Yeah, you pour it
don't
into
know.
this little thing and you mix it. Slowly. Or you'll spill it like I did. We're the jury, that's why I asked if you looked in the mirror, Lucid. Did they really show the jury?
Have you ever testified that at the scene,
Ready?
Ms. Reed was seated
I'll
in the
start
back of the
early.
patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated, in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yep. Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they're seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to
I was
pray,
looking down.
that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
Google hypothermia.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not
Is that
know.
right?
Right? And me too, I got a zombie face mask on.
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, is that right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes,
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
yes,
The whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but perjury. Is that right?
yep.
It's already drying.
That's what I mean. Is it your testimony that you
I think I got it all.
have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
We don't need to be that close. Okay. I'll just be
If you
doing
could read on to
this.
page 83 as well.
Yep, you guys are almost to 100K, and I already put it on, so you're kind of committed.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she
know,
was
how
asked to
dare
Google
they?
it.
And I just want to point out that I took off the enhanced feature, so you are seeing my wrinkles and my bags. Just pretend you're not. Yeah, that's who.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
It's starting to stretch.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Thank you,
And at this
guys.
point, they had lifted John up and taken him.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Just so you know, I'm not going to be able to show facial expressions for a hot minute because this is tightening quickly. Yes, but this is day 2. We're doing it as the virtual jury, so no spoilers, please.
Onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
I hate taking off the face slimmer too, but I did.
Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
So much older.
At the bottom? Okay. Yep, I say I think, so I'm not positive.
Question for you.
Okay,
I can't smile any bigger. Thank you, Cindy. I can't even open my mouth all the way.
And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
yes,
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
yes,
When you were asked a question, what if anything did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the crew?
Lugs, just so you know, this is a zombie face mask. This ain't my face, it's my zombie face mask on my face.
Cruiser that you heard, correct? Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
My face is literally frozen.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No,
10 to 15 minutes. I forgot to look. Okay, so
Look at line 16 through 18.
we'll take it off at 4:15. Which I have to step away for that because I have to wash it off.
okay,
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google
Not
hypothermia
exactly.
and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
yes,
That was very detailed, you'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
yep,
You recorded or reported the time, it was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
yep. I thought it was about that time, I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
that's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Ross?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you, it was Jen, it was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes,
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
yes,
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
yes,
And the actual words used, you were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
correct.
You'll agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah,
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
The
the,
answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm a trick question. What you told the grand jurors, not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet, that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct? Object.
Is that, I'm gonna let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time.
How did you
Which
know
is
it
why I said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline you can answer.
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
The timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes,
They set you up, ma'am.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation. I'm sorry, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes,
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
We know
They asked
that.
you whether or
Common
not you
sense.
heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document to familiarize yourself with it. If you don't mind, go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind. Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's Karen's.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law
Yes.
enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes,
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
that is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to,
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Sustain, watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19. I'm going to ask you to look at page 83, line 19. Just read it to yourself and the lines will follow. When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically or personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe, or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
Yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again?
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again?
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Say it again? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through.
Practice.
And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the OGs?
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Sustained, ask it to.
but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection, please.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes,
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
daily
Do you try to help them with the children?
with,
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No,
Were you ever told where he was left?
no,
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
no,
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
no,
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
no,
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
no.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes,
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
no,
Was she a party to the calls?
no,
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
I'll allow that.
Are we
no,
ready?
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the
Set.
morning of January
Go.
29, 2022, around 5 in the morning
Well
when she
then.
first called you?
yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it your independent memory?
Yes,
How well do you remember it?
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
I'll allow it.
I couldn't not
when she
see.
first called, she said, John's dead,
My
Carrie,
smile
Carrie, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No,
Would you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He
Oh,
would
wait, I
never
missed
not
some.
have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight.
It pulls.
And you began to say you didn't tell
More
anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to
Didn't help
point fingers
this
at
though.
his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes.
Did they?
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
Yes.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
Do I?
When you went in,
I find that whenever I take these off, my wrinkles are always more prominent for a little bit and then they go back down. Like these wrinkles right here, I don't normally see. It gives me sort of a complex. But you guys have joined the club of the people that have seen me without the slimming and the touch up. Congratulations, I'm going to put it back on now. There we go. Much better.
into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When we took off our shoes
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Absolutely.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Damn it.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no.
You and
They
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
She did not.
How do you remember that?
Because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Maybe they were slip-ons and offs.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No.
Did you volunteer to be part of this
Yes.
after the call?
Yes.
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
Yes.
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No.
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing? Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
No.
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning
Ladies.
in that driveway? Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
Okay?
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
Now I'm gonna need y'all to fill me in because I don't understand why we're looking at the ceiling fan again. And I'm not kidding you. I couldn't unsmile. It was stuck that way. I have resting bitch face and it got stuck smiling. I'm not lying.
This now.
Thank you, Heather. I'm trying. I'm trying to get myself to a better place. I struggle a lot with my weight and everything too.
All right, go ahead,
But I'm
Mr.
a
Brennan.
foodie, so
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
just so you know, Brandy, I don't know if you know this, but they say having resting bitch face is better for people. People that have it don't have as many wrinkles. So tell them, great, that's awesome. Complain to me when you have wrinkles because I won't have them.
Yes,
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
42,
System.
I think.
There's no further
Wait,
question.
how old am I?
Okay, so recross.
I'm 42, right? Yeah.
You just asked, just a few minutes ago.
Me too.
Did you ever?
But with the whole touch-up thing, I'm not comfortable with my weight at all, obviously. So I prefer the slimming thing. I'm trying to lose weight. But me and food have a very serious relationship.
Ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the
And
question.
you
It's a big
misunderstood
jump.
that question?
Yes,
What did you misunderstand about that question?
I didn't
Totally
know
big
it was
jump.
that you heard. So I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what your
The word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that.
Thank you.
But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote.
If only I
Correct?
could start losing weight
That
too.
was your answer,
Yes,
correct?
to a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Just say not
Technically.
intentionally.
Technically?
Yes,
You're a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct? Yes.
Was that a lie?
Much different.
Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or is that it?
Thank you. Welcome
I
to
said
the
I
team.
misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point she asked you to Google hypothermia and how long? Can you correct yourself and finish Google hypothermia?
Use the microphone, please, sir.
How long?
recall.
Someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in court?
Now she's playing
don't
it
recall.
smart.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're all set.
Thank you.
I found out that I have a problem with my thyroid. Honestly, I did. And I'm vitamin D deficient. It's probably why my hair's thinning out and breaking off. I've been fighting this one wrinkle
Yes.
for a couple years now.
I'd like to play clip 3.
Before this is played,
Yep, I'm right there with you.
great, so we can review this. There's a lot of clips, I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds.
I'm on my journal for diabetes, and I wish it would start doing its thing because I'm not losing weight.
Jurors, we're gonna ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in and we'll see you at 10 seconds. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
Okay, now we have to have a conversation. After hearing a second witness, don't tell me that, Amy. Don't tell me that, I'll cry. I gained 25 pounds when I came off of Ozempic. I was on that for diabetes too, but I was hoping for the extra bonus, but when I came off of it, I gained a lot. I'm doing the what? Let me know what that diet is. Thank you for the follow, Talking with JoJo. I'm on a journal for my diabetes, and I found out that my vitamin D, I'm severely vitamin D deficient, and that's probably why my hair's breaking. I don't know why the wrinkles are here, but they're here. I am a full member of the Army Against Wrinkles. I'm never off duty. I'm never set at rest. I'm constantly fighting. Well, since I'm on it for my diabetes, I have a feeling that he's going to want to keep me on it. The weird thing, once I started my journal, I suddenly fell in love with vegetables, and I love fruit. But no, now I love vegetables. But I would appreciate it if I just slimmed even just a little, especially in my face for, here. But I'm not. Live. You're going to have to message me that. I won't remember. Like I said, I expected the dosage I'm on now is 7.5, I believe. That's the third one up. I expected to lose something. I'm not slimming at all. We showed up for Easter, and the first thing my mom says in front of everybody, "Wow, Shell, you really are slimming down." I said, "Where am I, Pinky?" I'm on type 2 as well. Yeah, I'm doing good on it, honestly. The only thing here, tell me this. Is anybody on Mounjaro and they happen to feel themselves get super cold on the inside? Like it's in your bones, in your arteries, like they turn to ice. Does anybody feel that? Because I've been feeling it since I went up. Okay, you are. Okay. Thank God. I thought something was happening to me. I am so glad we had this conversation because I was seriously getting worried. Yeah, that's where I'm having a hard time because of my fibro pain. That's where I'm having a hard time. I've been having to get blankets. Hell, I've even had to have Aaron turn the heat on. And I used to always run hot. I just wiped because I thought that this mark on here was us. It's not, it's the camera. I take hot baths. But I don't understand why my mom would say in front of everybody, Shelly, you're really slimming down. When I'm not. Make that make sense. Yeah, they are. They are. I actually needed one today and I forgot I ran out, so hopefully the mail order hurries up and sends it. No, but I see myself every day. And you guys see me every day. I personally don't see myself slimming down at all. But maybe she knows that's what I want to see, so she was just trying to motivate me. See, I don't think I have. Oh, I haven't stepped on the scale since I've started. I'm scared too. Even though I'm on it for diabetes, clearly I'm a big woman. Clearly I love food. I'm a foodie. Thank you. So that's why I do the face slimming and the face touch-up, because I'm not secure in my own skin, clearly. But you guys help me feel comfortable enough to take it off for a little while and make myself look like a damn fool in the zombie mask, so thank you. I think I would be going on my 3rd or 4th month, approximately. Well, see, the thing is, I didn't know I had a thyroid problem until my last visit to the doctor, and they did my blood work, and they found out that my vitamin D is seriously so deficient that I don't even know how to describe it. It's all the way down at the very. And then I found out that I have a thyroid problem now too. So, new medicine, all that. If only they made medicine for wrinkles. What can? Yep, I'm on I don't know what it's called, but I'm on a special prescription for the vitamin D stuff. Yeah, I'm on, I don't know what it's called. I think it starts with an O. They're blue. Brandy, I've never been pregnant, and half the time I look like I'm expecting triplets, and I've never been pregnant. I think I just picked up my sister's baby weight, because she clearly don't have it no more. Do you? That's why I got this thing. Julie told me about it, and so that's what that is. It's for vitamin D deficiency and to help with your moods if you get depressed and stuff like that. And you guys know my issues. So that's what that is. But when I was washing off the mask, I remember going, this too hard. And when I went back, I couldn't feel my eyebrow. I thought I secretly scrubbed off my eyebrow when I went to rinse off that zombie mask. My heart had like 15 palpitations in like 15 seconds. Now you see, if you look really close at this eyebrow, this is the one that Binks licked a hole in. See that little hole right there? Binks does this thing where he wakes me up by licking my eyebrows and my hairline. This right here was never a bare patch. I had on a Frownies patch. I went to bed with it on. Binks ripped it off my forehead along with anything there. Don't even know how it got attached, but whatever. And he's been thinning out my brows. Now, this right here, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why I'm missing hair there. No idea. Probably the vitamin D deficiency. But this really was my first son. It really was.
You are unmuted.
And the favorite part of my morning used to be when he licked me awake, because it was, you know. And then I realized he was taking my eyebrows with him, and I'm like, polite pass. No, thank you. Oh yeah, and my thyroid, thank you. Well, see, my whole life, I never had a thyroid problem, so how do you just develop a thyroid problem? Clearly, I'm not a
All right,
medical
Mr. Brennan,
professional.
whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
We need to decide what color I do my hair next.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of tail that missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing to Victoria, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Castor oil is what I'm told. What is this? Karen Reed, day 2. We're just talking about, you know, life and stuff at the same time because they were on a break.
Rather than calling your next witness, it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes,
Why don't we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess.
So
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books.
they're really bossy. What's your unpopular opinion? I didn't see you type anything, Mary. The only thing I've seen you type is not my unpopular opinion. So whatever you typed, try rewording it because it didn't come through. I've done it maybe 4 times. I get really nervous to do the castor oil. I don't know why. No idea why. But see, that's how I figured out something was wrong. It's because my hair started breaking. That's why I had to cut my hair, you guys. My hair started breaking. I actually am due to go back and get it trimmed up some more because I still have breakage on it. We're all just falling apart, aren't we? Yeah, I can't remember what I think it starts with an O, the vitamin D medicine that I'm on now. It starts with an O, and it's really long, and I don't even know how to say it. Does anybody know why this eye is suddenly sunken? I haven't been able to figure this out. This is something that's been happening in the past, 2 weeks, and I don't know why. Don't tell me that. I still have 3 more years to go, I think. Aaron, am I 42? What I take is, I dropped it on the floor, didn't I? Yeah. I started taking Spoiled Child. And no, I don't get anything for this. I'm just telling you guys, to know. This says that it supports skin, hair, nails, joints, and gut health. It has vitamin C, type 1 and 3 of collagen, hyaluronic acid. So you're supposed to take a tablespoon of this a day. It's almost gone. Do you? Well, see, I do get samples from Maylee's, which is a lot of my skincare. My main skincare is Medicube, but my secondary I have 2 secondaries, WMP and Maylee's. They sent me collagen and biotin. So I'll be starting this one next. This one's almost gone. I'll settle. So This is supercharged liquid collagen for scare hair and nails. Collagen peptides, biotin, zinc, folic acid, and vitamin C. So I'll be starting this one next. That one's almost gone, maybe like 2 or 3 more days. So when you guys see me do my videos, it's because they send me samples and I do the videos honestly. I've gotten some stuff that I haven't liked, and I've said that in the videos. Which that reminds me, I have some new stuff that I can't exactly start using yet. It's from Mayleys. It is oils. One is called Get Sprung. This is for stretch marks. The other one is called Get Cheeky. That's cellulite oil. So I've got these two. But I need to lose the weight first in order to use them. But I have them for when it's that time. They also sent me, where did it go? Who has bumpy skin? Besides me. My arms are bumpy. They sent me Restart. I just started using this and I really like it. I don't know if there's a difference yet, but when I run my hands up my arms, they're not as bumpy as they used to be. So I say I take that as a win. So that's what this one's for. And they sent me one more, which is somewhere over the rainbow. Hold on. The third one they sent me is called Relure. This is tight and toning body serum. So I started using it to tighten up my arms and stuff, but I need to lose weight first, so it's, but I still have tried it. I don't know how much it could tighten up until I lose the weight though. But my favorite thing of theirs to use, and this might be something that you guys might want to know about, Repair. This is anti-aging body lotion. That's what it says on the box. I started using it because my fingers started my hands started doing that whole where your skin starts to get wrinkly. So I've been using this for a month and I've noticed an improvement. You're losing hair? You should try one of these Spoiled Child or Mayleys collagen things. This one I love. What shampoo do you guys use? I have been using Dove, but I think that's been messing with my hair, honestly. I need to find a good new shampoo that doesn't cost $100. I'm cheap. But if any of you guys are ever looking for the anti-aging body lotion, let me know. Do you have any problems with it, Amy? Attitude is what you use? I've never heard of it. Now, one thing about Mayleys products, they have a really beautiful smell to them. It's not too heavy, but it's the product. Medicube doesn't have scents to it. Mayleys does, and they're beautiful. I love them. No issue? Okay. See, in my hair, the way that it breaks off, my hair in the back is like really, the break off is cut really short. And sometimes when I dry my hair kind of does this thing to where like it gets stuck in the ones that are broken off, so it bunches it up. Have you tried to use one of these, Spoiled Child or the other ones for the liquid collagen? It tastes like liquid butterscotch, but I've noticed an energy shift in me. I do have more energy, and that's a big save for me. I'll be starting the Mayleys one, which is in the TikTok shop. I'll be starting that one probably next week. I think I only have like 2 more days left in that one. I could probably just drink it and finish it, but And while they're on a break, since we could talk, Medicube has come out with new skincare products. They are on the way. Who was it that was telling me they needed something for dry skin? Is it? I got the mango one. It tastes like melted butterscotch to me. Now, the new products that are coming out on Medicube are for dry skin and dark spots. No, I haven't. But you know, the zombie mask, that's made by a company on TikTok, and it's Skin T. I can't tell if that's a Q or an O. Skin 1004. Let's just say that. So if anyone's wanting to try the zombie ones, I do have them in my showcase. Okay. I have stuff in my showcase for dry skin. I swear by Medicube. I used to have really, really sensitive skin, and I had gotten the agency was the product through the TikTok shop, and I didn't read the fine print, so I didn't know I was going to get charged $200 for the next month's automatic purchase. My skin started peeling. I had a really bad allergic reaction to it, and I called them and I told them, and this was before the month was up. I told them I couldn't take it anymore of what was happening, and then my bill got charged $299. They sent me an entire collection, full-size bottles, that I couldn't even use. And there's no returns on that. That's when I said, I'm not going to buy in the TikTok shop anymore. I was pissed. So it took quite a while, but then I started on slowly doing a little bit of the Medicube products, and I love them. I really, really, really do. I do too. I do too, Kelly. Mayleys. Now that one is more scented, but Medicube, that is for dry, sensitive skin. All of the Medicube products are literally perfect for me. Now I have been getting, I have dark spots that have been lightening up since using some of the Mayleys Repair Lotion. I don't know if it's related or not. But I do have some dark spots. Let me see. Let me take the thing off. Hold on. I don't know if you guys, how well you guys could see them, but I do have some dark spots, but they're not as much as they were. They're going away. Mayleys, then that's for you. If it's the smell one that you like, that helps you get motivated, then Mayleys. Medicube doesn't really have a smell until you get to the vitamin C. Then there's the soft vitamin C smell. Let me ask you guys an honest question. I love how we just dropped 30 people because of what we're talking about. So, if you guys were told there was something that would be guaranteed to work on your skin and make you look young again, no matter what it is, would you use it? Amy, you might know where I'm going with this. No matter what it is. You know where I'm going, Amy. Okay. Medicube came out with some new stuff that's called Pink PDRN Salmon. I was reading the reviews, and then Samantha had sent something to me to let me know because I didn't know. I do not want to admit this to you guys. We might need to remember to come back and clip this for the bloopers, but salmon semen. That's one of the ingredients. So I decided I'm not going to use it because I don't want that, you know. And then the next question in my brain was, well, how in the hell do they get it? Do they take a salmon out to dinner and so I wasn't going to use it at all. Then one day I was on the phone with Sam and she's like, go ahead and use it. So I started using it. to wonder how they get it. Do they just go into the water? I can't finish that. I'm gonna get in trouble. But you know, I still understand what I'm thinking here, right? How in the hell do they get it? Parker, it's not just fish. It's the semen of salmon, fish. So I wasn't going to use any of it. That's what I'm thinking too. So my question is, did it take them out to dinner first? Or just, Exactly. That's the kind of questions I'm asking. Yes. Okay. So then I decided I'm not going to use it. So I've set it over there. I didn't use it. And then one day I'm like with Samantha, I'm like, I heard the Kardashians use the salmon, PDR, and that stuff. And she's like, I did too. She's like, just go ahead and use it. I'm like, I think I'm going to. So I used it. And I'm not as against it. I have been. So what I was sent next was they have the exosome. It's like microneedling for your skin. But this one says PDRN, pink collagen exome shot. It doesn't say salmon. But I've started to assume that it probably has salmon semen in it. So I started using this and I really, really like it. So now what else do I have that says salmon? See, now this says sodium DNA. What are you doing to a piece of salt? Oh, they're all in my showcase. They're all in my showcase. All Medicube that's in my showcase are ones I use. Oh yeah, they're all in my showcase. And then this one, I've been wanting to try this one for a long time. I just got it. It's the Medicube Triple Collagen Serum, which also happens to be pink. So I'm wondering, did they also meet a salmon for dinner? It doesn't say though. But I really like this stuff. This is triple collagen. And it feels amazing. I love it. Yeah, if I didn't know, I wouldn't have known to question it. But even after figuring it out, I went back and still used it anyways a few weeks later. Amy, now you know. It's funny because the people that are in here that are my mods probably already know about this. See, now this one, Susan, didn't you order this? The Medicube PDRN Pink Peptide Eye Cream. No, there's no smell to it to any of their products except for the vitamin C capsules, the little beads that you break. This does have a slight vitamin C smell, but that's it, and it doesn't smell bad. It smells really, really good. See, now this doesn't say it's salmon, but this I have been using under my eyes. But I still can't get rid of this. Now, I figured out that one of my eyes is set further back in my head than the other, and I'm not kidding you. Oh my God, Amy, I know. I remember that day. That was, like, I freaked the hell out, didn't I? Okay, so this eye cream, I started using it. It's for firmer looking skin underneath your eye. But what do you do when you have one eye set further back than the other? And I know, and you guys are not going to believe me, but it's only one eye. My dad has it too, and I just recently developed it. I also have one nostril that is bigger than the other. Somebody screwed around in my genetic pool. The best, well, I don't know as far as just a specific eye cream, because I'm trying to decide that myself right now. And I'm in the middle of using 1, 2. If you want me to be honest, I'm in the middle of using 3. I use the Peter Thomas Roth Peptide Skin Injection. It says fill and fix under eye cream. I honestly haven't seen a difference with this though. Now the peptide, the Medicube Peptide under eyes, I'm more inclined to believe that this stuff will work because all the Medicube products I've been using, I've seen a difference in my skin. And the third product, does anybody want to guess what brand that is? Oh, actually, no, wait, I have 4. I just don't use them all. I totally forgot about that. Hold on. I got this a while back and I forgot about it, so I haven't really been using it. But is her eye set further back? Look. Let me take the thing off again. Hold on. See? This? One of the things is not like the other. How do I undo this? And I'm asking you guys because I've had certain thoughts like get a vacuum hose and put it up to where that is and maybe it'll fix it. I'm aware of how that sounds, but I'm just letting you know where my thoughts are at. So I'm desperate for a solution. This is a new thing with me. It's only been like this for a few weeks. I don't know what to do. The only thought I have had is to take the vacuum hose to try to suck my eye back forward. Welcome back, Juror 5. We're discussing God knows what. We're discussing how you take a salmon out to dinner to get the things you need for skincare stuff. I just realized that this is probably going to end up on YouTube. I have no idea. I don't know. But, back to what I was saying. So you like the smell good stuff. Maylee's has Bright It. Now this says it's lifting eye cream. I'll put it on just the side. You did. The thing that people do for salmon DNA. And there's a second thing from Maylee's that I use. You may have seen me use this a few times. Now this is Proven Face Sculpting Serum. However, I also read that it's really beneficial to use in the eye areas. Hi Donna, how are you? Okay, so if you want the lifting, the Maylee's, Too Fine, and Bright It. Those are your best for under eyes. Now, who said that they use Peter Thomas Roth? You guys know that I have my main skincare that I will probably never change is Medicube. I've been on it for over a year and I love it. My skin used to break out all the time. I used to have so many dark spots, I couldn't get my skin tone even. This is an improvement. This is an improvement. Now what I'm working on is trying to get my scars to go away. I have scars in different spots on my face. I have several that are right here and you'll see them. It looks like I have a lift when I have the auto touch up on. But, what was I saying? I forgot where I was at. Where have you been, Lindsay? Yeah, this is a total squirrel moment. You're right. I totally forgot where I was at. I've never tried them. Maybe I'll request samples from them on those and see if they want to send them to me. Stay. You mean the thing in my hand? Have I told you guys how bad my memory is getting? I haven't watched it, Carla. We don't know. We're doing this case as if we're the virtual jury, so we are not looking into it yet. Now, the reason I brought this one up, guys, is because this one, it sounds important. Thank you, Amy. Peptide Skin Injection Amplified Wrinkle Fix Serum helps eliminate and prevent the look of wrinkles with 1.9% peptide complex of amplified matrix C. Whatever. I've been using this. You're supposed to use it twice a day. This is my new addition that I've been adding onto my night skincare routine. I'll let you all know if I see any improvements. Okay. Now there's another thing that Maylis has for people with uneven skin tones. Be Glossy. That's the one. Which info? Okay. Yeah, I need that link. Yeah, I need that link. Yes. I have gotten several samples for under eye cream that I don't like. So they are not in my showcase and I threw them away. Several. And I cannot remember the name of them right now. That's why I only tell you guys the things that I personally use. If you guys ask me about a brand, I can tell you if I've used it and if I don't, if I have or if I hadn't. If I don't use it anymore, that's probably because it didn't work or I had a problem with it. I know this is hard to believe with how many things I put on my skin, but I actually have really sensitive skin. This is day 2. We're doing this one as if we're the virtual jury. Oh, by the way, I have a serious question for you guys. Since there's only 56 of you in here, I feel more comfortable asking it. Who remembers when I started using stuff to try to make my neck firm? Look how serious I look. I look like I'm asking you guys a life or death question. How many of you remember when I talked about this? Okay, I was using GoPure, but I didn't see results. I started using Maylis Be Poised, and this is what I've been using for months. Tell me if my neck looks, if it's firmed up or lifted at all. Be honest, you're not gonna hurt my feelings, I just wanna know. I know I was starting to get like little gels here, and I started using this on here and here, and I need to know if it's working. Okay, this is it. Be Poised through Maylis. This is the one. I used it right here too. I had gels, like really obvious gels, and I shit you not, they started going back when I started using this, and I've been using it ever since. Carla. There's gotta be a way to fix this, right? Thank you, Donna. There's gotta be a way around this aging thing, right? Go away. It's obviously not gonna work, but hey. Be Poised. It's in my showcase. Let me double check that. I wasn't posing with it, I was leaning on it, honestly. Yeah, it is. Here. There. I put it in the bag so you guys could save it for later. This is the one. Did I miss something? Yes, and I don't know if you guys know this, but there is a sale on Medicube in the TikTok shop right now, and I believe Maylee's as well. And there's a coupon. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Medicube stuff is either 10 or 15% off right now. I cannot remember what the Maylee stuff is. So if you guys were wanting to grab anything from those two places, I would do it as soon as you can. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I try to keep an eye on that and let people know about it, because none of us here are swimming in wealth. It's a struggle. Struggle is real. So if you guys were wanting any of these products, this is the time. All right. So have we decided if we want to try to continue or pick up tomorrow? Right, Carla? I need to make a struggle bus sticker for that. See, now this is, since I put the other stuff on this side, I'll put this on this side. The thing with this is it's like yellowy orange. And I don't know why. See, look. It's like a peach color. I can't afford it either. They send it to me. You can't? Hold on, let me grab it. Okay, I remember why that's not in the store. I got that one on Amazon. It's not currently in stock here. And when they're not in stock, they're not on the website. That one I did remember getting on Amazon. So, Bright It, literally Bright-It, Maylee's. If you can't find it later, just let me know and I'll find it and link it for you. So what do you guys want to do? Do you want to continue or do you want to pick up here tomorrow? Either way, it will get uploaded, so whatever you want. I'm trying to massage these lines away. Did somebody request to come up? Oh, I think there was an accident. But if there's ever anything that you guys really, really want that you can only afford on a budget, let me know and I'll see if I can find any coupons for you guys. And the TikTok shop, not the TikTok shop, TikTok itself is doing that thing again to where if you send someone your code and they click it, you automatically get $1. There's plenty of those. Hold on. Wait, you mean the electric ones? So you need this? Okay. Intense Pulse Wrinkle Reducing Instrument. I also have the HR Booster. It's a Medicube product, but it's expensive. They sent it to me for a sample so I could use it, obviously. I'm just letting y'all know it's expensive. This is affordable. Let me pin it for you. Intense Pulsed Didn't I give you the link for this one already? I did. I do have some Peter Thomas Roth stuff in there that I plan to use. So if the stuff is in there, it's not that I have it, it's that I want to try it. So ask me before you get those. I'm looking for the tool. Hold on. I really need to clean out my showcase. This is it, I think. No, not add to cart. Add to thingy. So there's 2 that I own and 2 that are in there. But this, I think, is the one you're looking for, Sandra. I pinned it below. So it's in the little thingy. What did you just buy? Yes, and it's still on sale. I don't know how long it's going to last. But it's a promotion they're doing. And I think the reason they're doing it is because of the new products they're bringing out. So if there was a time that you were thinking, and if you guys, okay, I want to test something. Look at my skin. Yes, well, it's not micro needling, but it's liquid micro needling. It's micro needling in a bottle instead of the actual needles. Now, what these do is it helps to get the collagen and everything, all the skincare you're using, deeper into your pores. And then it dissolves. 100% recommend these. That's what I've been using to try to clear up my scars. They have gotten better because I had a lot of acne scars from when I was younger because I have PCOS. I'm still working on the 3 that are right here, but I recommend it. Now tell me, I just put that stuff on my face, right? Do you notice anything different about my face? It's not a trick question, I promise. Hi, Texas, how are you? Yeah, me too. Catnip, you might be aware of what I put on my face because it's in relation to your favorite item. If what's even possible. Glow toner. If you want to work on brightening your skin, Medicube Glow Toner. On the bottle it says age R. This helps with dark spots and giving your skin that glow effect. That and Wait, Kenneth, I thought I sent you some Medicube stuff not that long ago. I think one of them was the microneedling I sent you, the liquid microneedling. This is Collagen Glow Bubble Serum that I'm getting ready to use. I only do this on my cheeks and forehead because for some reason, my nose, it gets red a lot and I don't know why. So I figured better not add something with glow to it. Yep. Both of them are Medicube. Let me pin them. Hold on. I'm actually looking at a Medicube bundle right now that's $79.90. And it even has masks, so I'll pin that too. There's the bubble glow stuff. Where is the HR toner? I need somebody to kick me in the ass if I don't clean out my showcase. Here it is. All right, they're in the bag in the bottom. The Medicube Glow Serum and the HR Glow Toner. Now they do have a serum for this as well, but it's out of stock here. But it's not out of stock on Amazon. I think I sent you some toners, didn't I, Catnip? Catnip won a drawing that I had. What was it, Christmas time? I can't even remember. Christmas or New Year's? So I sent her some April Skin and some Medicube products that I had. Brand new. And one of them should have been... Well, it's just like the one... It's just like this, but it's in a blue bottle. You have that, right? I sent that to you. Now, who has skin that they need it to calm down? If you have skin that needs calming down, Medicube came out with this recently. I don't know what it is, but this is what they came out with that is to calm down your skin. I've used it a couple of times. I don't want to put it on right now, though. They also came out with this one. Not exactly sure what this one's for, though. But this one is supposed to be for calming down your skin. And I have decided that this serum is one that you can't live without. Well, you can, but you can't. PDRN Pink Peptide Serum. This is the collagen. This is the collagen that you want pushed in nice and deep. I did not mean it to sound like that. Did you guys get all the stuff out of the bags? Do you guys need me to post any more links? I can't stop either, clearly. A whole other plastic thing full of them. And I have a rotating one over there. Well, you had some to sample because I sent you some Medicube and April Skin. That's not even the half of it, Carla. I have a whole cabinet for my eyeshadow palettes. 3 doors worth. Behind this phone stand is my makeup case. Why am I admitting this? It has 4 drawers. The top drawer is for the eyes. Then the skin. You get the point. How do I lack on-screen activity? I'm right here. TikTok, get your shit together. Yes. Those 2. But if anybody ever figures out how to fix this, please, for the love of God, tell me. I am struggling here. And I'm about to take the vacuum tube to this to pull it back out. If you need stuff to hold it, I can link you some stuff. Because I had to get them too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm honestly thinking about trying to stick the vacuum tube just right here. Just to see what happens if it works. But with my luck, it would suck my whole eyeball out. And my eyebrows. That's why I put it down here. But, you know. I know I'm the guinea pig for our group. But I kind of want somebody else to go first for that one. I don't want to go first for that one. Can I come with you? I need a bigger house too. Our house is very, very small. It's not like there's 56 of us. There's 2 humans and 4 cats, so. But side note, guys, I did yesterday use the hair dye shampoo that I have in my showcase. Now, granted, I've had it for almost a year, so I got scared and I rinsed it off 5 minutes after I put it on. That's why I've got more of a little red tint to it here. But just so you know, you don't have to use it all at once. I thought we were all getting a farm or something. Well, I'm going to share a little secret with you guys. That thing behind the stand, that makeup beauty drawer thing, the 4 drawers, I do too, but Aaron said no. And I also want a puppy. He said no to that too. I need to get rid of some of the makeup stuff. Your live appears to... What? It just went away. Hold on. Alright, guys, if you need anything out, please grab it now so I can remove it. Otherwise, it's going to tell me I'm not talking about stuff that I'm not supposed to. Oh, the Collagen Bubble Glow Serum is on hot deal right now. It's only $18 right now? That's actually really good. So grab it up because I got to empty it out. It's on sale for 18 bucks. I know you love your bubbles. I do too. So what I'm going to do, I need to do this. I need to go through that drawer. I need to separate the stuff that I do want and the stuff that I don't think I'll have the capacity to use. And I need to just give it away. Like I said, it's just us and 4 cats. And the majority of the room, this is our 3rd bedroom and it's really small, and so it's my office. And it is filled with skincare, makeup, girly shit that I never had when I was in my 20s and 30s. So I got obsessed with all this stuff. And I got into the whole beauty products on TikTok and the scoops that they were doing. I'm not a girly girl. I've never been a girly girl. I just recently started buying shirts with flowers on them. I always had a small amount of makeup, and just regular face wash. That was it. Then the wrinkles started, and I realized my mistake. So that's why I have it all now, but I need help getting rid of it. I need someone to hold me accountable or something. But yeah, we might have more giveaways in our future. But that shipping and handling is a bitch. Like, I'm not even kidding you guys. The shipping and handling is expensive. It's a lot. Hold on. Okay. Everyone got anything? I'm going to empty the bag out now. Delete. Delete. Okay, we should be good. I sent somebody a couple of items and the shipping was almost $20. And they were small items too. Your live appears to lack on-screen activity. Avoid static images as viewers are less likely to engage with such content. What part of this lacks on-screen activity? My face is literally filling the screen. I have been moving around. What the hell are they talking about? Maybe it's the fan on the screen. All right, well, let's get out of the fan phase. It really is. Really is. All right, here's our next witness. And don't worry, I'll be uploading the live after it's over as usual. But this one will take me more time because it's a hell of a lot longer. Yesterday's were only 6.5 hours. I feel something here.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I think I might be getting sick.
So, good afternoon, Mrs.
Turning the thing
O'Keefe.
back on.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank
So
you,
much
Your
better.
Honor.
See?
Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe, and I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53.
I know, right?
Long enough?
It's okay, don't worry.
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
I almost started drinking out of
50
this.
years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
Kristen and John.
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
in Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am. Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
What was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
my son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was, Steve's brother and sister with the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach you just the microphone?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself, and then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school, or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No?
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph now.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son?
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
So, Keith, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh. I really don't know. It was in the summer. I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year.
He's very handsome.
I really don't know the year. What is that one? He probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with him. And then the kids were with him too. So.
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43. maybe,
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand, it's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home
I was home in Braintree.
in Braintree? Who were you with?
My husband?
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes,
How did you know her?
she lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
How are you, Bunny?
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
I'm doing good, thank you.
So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you to drive. And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan, and I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking, and then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital, and I said, what is she doing here? She said, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up, his eyes were closed. Just not a good scene.
Okay.
She didn't like Karen, I'm
I'd like
taking
to
it.
go back if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
I feel it too.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know, she was just loud, and as she was saying it.
When she was asking you, is he dead, is he dead, did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
And did you speak to
Why
Ms.
shouldn't
Reed
she be
herself?
there?
No. No.
At some point?
This doesn't feel right. I have to tell you guys that. Why wouldn't she be there? She was his current girlfriend, was she not?
And you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
Thank you.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you
No.
got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, "Do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things?" Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just, what you actually know. Okay, and Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
Thank
When they
you,
were
Susan.
upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
Guys, I see we got to 120,000 likes. Thank you so much.
I was very upset once we told him because he slept over at a friend's house the night before. And he just said, "I'll never see him again." I'm sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
Nope.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
But there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me,
Where do the children live?
with me, in Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes,
You're their primary caretaker?
yes.
Thank you.
I was just thinking the same thing. If that's the only questions he had, what was the purpose of her being put on the stand? I don't understand that. Yeah, that part, but yeah.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Thank you.
There's a court officer.
I agree, Monica. I don't like that at all. That was, in my opinion, just for sympathy.
Just 2 clips.
But that's re-victimizing her by calling her even.
Yeah, both fine. Both,
Can you explain?
both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17. There's no objection to these?
I agree.
I don't know what they are. It's for a second.
Welcome to the Club of Non-Typers. In case you're wondering why I have something on my forehead, I figured, well, the rest of this is going on, we could try to see if a frownies can help pop out any of my forehead lines, because... And by the way, if any of you ever learns how to retrain your face to not make expressions, let me know. Someone come chase after me. Someone come chase after my 11. Someone came and chased after your 11. Whoa, who the hell chased your, no, what? Who chased your, no. Or are you saying you want someone to chase? Okay, give me palpitations. Okay, well, I am probably not the best one to be the chaser. You might experience an earthquake if I'm the one running. A small tremor at least. That was not necessary to bring her up there. That's why I'm wearing the frowny. I'm trying not to do the expression because of the expression lines, but I've always, my whole life, done this. I don't know how to stop. So I'm trying to train myself. How many trials have we seen to where if someone is crying, they are instructed to leave the courtroom? Tell me this, do you also have cats? I'm asking for an honest reason. You love frownies, but do you have cats? Please say you do. I'm asking because my cats are obsessed with these. They try to tear them off my forehead when I'm sleeping, and I don't know why. Okay. Well, if anybody ever has cats and they have frownies, let me know if you have the same problem, please. That's how I'm missing this patch of hair right here. I have one of these on and Binks ripped it off when I was sleeping. I just got those. Where are they? Two whole rolls of it. They sent them to me as samples. But my thing is that they don't want to stick. Well, we'll do this one for today, and tomorrow we'll try the scar tape. I just want to see if by the time we're done, if it pulls my line forward any while you guys are here, because you all have seen it, so you know. Honestly, when I take these off, it does look better to me. Tomorrow we'll try scar tape. Maybe when I come live, I should come live with no makeup so we could start out that way.
There is another short recess. Hopefully you'll be able to walk right through the first section of courtroom this time.
Excuse me. Hiccups. Another recess. Let's try to just zoom on past it.
Is an extraordinarily strong.
Hold on. Does it? I've only worn it one night. I can't get it to stay on when I'm sleeping. Oh, I hope you had a great day. Don't worry, I'll be putting the live on YouTube after it's done, but it'll take me a little bit longer because today's live is a lot longer than yesterday's live. And yesterday's live is also on YouTube. Babe, is that you? What's wrong?
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson. So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked ceiling and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John police, I was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this
We
clip
can't hear
because
this
it
part.
demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus.
Catnip, you weren't here, but my face was stuck in a smile, and I have resting bitch face. The whole entire time I was on, it was stuck there. So it gets more intense. It is serious.
With the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dayton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dayton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son, and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where defendant, her mother, and her father.
As the jury, we're not supposed to hear this part. We're the virtual jury. When I had press play, I didn't know that's what they were showing. So as the jury, I have to skip us ahead. I thought it was for the next witness. My bad.
With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4.
Nope, can't hear this either.
That's the only one we're just.
I need a witness on the stand. I need a witness. Hi, babe. Were you sleeping?
No.
Are you going to sleep?
Yes.
1 second, guys.
Okay.
Okay, proceed.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Greeno, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Thank you for the follow, Becky.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years.
Who is this? Hold on.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you
So
tell
do
me-
I, because I don't know who this is. Did you get Save the World yet? Oh. You did? Yes.
Please tell Mr. the evidence is important during the case now and here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thanks, she can
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Greeno, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years. 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became law enforcement officer.
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I've got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But,
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off, so
Say hi, aunties.
filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for break-in training was done. I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career,
Near Worcester.
at some point during your time in your career with the
He's off
Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of
He ran.
training in the specific field?
Thank you, Allison.
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, so I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Nord PD, but I of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO, CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using the Cellbrite program.
There's a couple of words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside.
Catnip, I'm just checking on you with your face mask, making sure you're still all right.
The actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
Mine was too.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through Gray key? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No, so if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with Gray Key, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as
Told
what's
you.
on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the Gray Key PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
To make you not feel so bad, I put scar tape right here to see if it can suck out my sunken eye.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same. Because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the Gray Key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint, hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom.
I know, but you can't peel it. I already tried. Trust me, you can't peel that one off. Now, the other one you might be able to peel off because I peel it off, but not that one. You have to rinse it. And make sure you have yourself a small towel or wash rag near you too, because you'll probably need that too. And you need to rinse it off 10 to 15 minutes after you put it on.
To just two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after that copy made, did you mention there's further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite.
I just took this off and I turned the filter off. We've only had it on for a little short bit. I think it pulls it forward more.
And Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Go.
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look
Feels
at
weird.
the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Great Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you could look at, look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the...
Isn't it? Tell me your face does not feel like 10 times different in a good way. This is the Karen Reed trial. I don't know much about it because we're viewing this as the virtual jury. That means we are going into this blind. We are on day 2. Karen Reed is on trial for the murder of her boyfriend, who's a police officer, was a police officer.
Proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats.
You're welcome.
If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
I really want to do another one.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about
Abby,
what process
no.
you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in
I'm
there.
with your mama.
If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Come see mama.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
Okay.
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the Gray Key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the Gray Key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it would be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant McKennick and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into Gray Key, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
Would place on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information
No.
through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. Oakley's
Yes,
phone?
I
May I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight.
You remember that too, huh?
I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Leslie?
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Binksy, what are you doing? Binksy has a doctor's appointment Monday.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Can you look at both pages, please?
You need both.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the,
I'm sorry. A couple more
I'm sorry.
questions, if you don't mind. What is it?
it's the GrayKey progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John Oakley's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the, I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it got cut off, but,
Why not put it up for an exhibit?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
The 18th of March.
May I show that exhibit to the jury? May I approach the witness? to show the pointer?
GrayKey
Yes.
progress report.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will show the screen.
Oh,
The top button. Yep. Can you walk us through what this report means?
yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says GrayKey progress report, and then it gives the
Right.
report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5, 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what GrayKey assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, so we have the passcode. This was the GrayKey agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here is the full file system. Was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprints right here. So it has a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that GrayKey creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan?
Yes,
Trooper Proctor?
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done.
But
so we
was
could
it
get
put
that
in
information.
airplane mode?
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
And at that point, were you able, after there was a process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by GrayKey, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, GrayKey wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
Let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
Oh, was that an airplane mode?
Software updates and advances. Do you know that it will be successful, or you plug it in and you try?
No, so on Great Key they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix, so it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it, and it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. It tells us, so when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
We learned recently that if a phone is taken and it's put in airplane mode, that it cannot be accessed remotely.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Will you approach, please?
That's why me and Catnip were like, airplane mode? They have a lot of sidebars. They really do. Don't worry, it's not a long one. I just looked. You are welcome. What do you guys think of this witness so far? What do you mean? We don't. That's our oath as the virtual jury. I agree, Carla. He actually seems like he doesn't have any specific side in this at all. Yeah, let's see what the defense will say about that.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One, thank you.
No, they didn't.
One of
say
the
airplane mode.
partial part of the phone, and then we, in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file
Just
system
ask her
extraction,
for
which
it.
is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I have a feeling this is going to be something big. Yeah, that's the phone he's talking about
Can I
now.
show you 2 documents, sir?
It's hers. Why are you smiling so big, homie? Hmm? If you guys have already seen this, no spoilers, please. We take our Hippocratic Oath very seriously. Our virtual
I'm
one.
going to show you 2 documents. And actually, look at the first one. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Great Key for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created. Guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original.
Both phones,
Yes,
yeah.
this is the first one. Yep.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
Like, this is the next exhibit, please?
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
20?
What's the purpose of those emotes?
Can I have previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data, so it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the two other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a two-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the Gray key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keith.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keith?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction Gray Key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keith?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry.
I would say we do the same, essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit,
Yes, he is.
in the digital forensic unit.
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
He's
No,
a
I did
mama's
not.
boy.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you
Okay.
know or did you
See you later.
Let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have
You're
been.
the one
yes.
that jumped down.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop. Instead, it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because
Excuse me,
it's just a
hiccups.
reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF,
Do you want back
form that
up?
can be read,
Come
can
on
you
then.
print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it would be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate
Don't
particular
tell
things
us,
of
please.
interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
And I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Why do you keep jumping down and then wanting back up? If I pick you back up again, you need to pick up or down.
Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated
Come here.
specific information that you wanted?
Yes,
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the
Thank
phone and create
you.
specific separate documents for communications, phone calls and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes,
For example, Ms. Roberts,
yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained. Or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you.
That's your
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
Okay. All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
Should I?
You could just leave him right.
Thank you.
That don't feel right.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
He's already gone, sorry. But there was no airplane mode.
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
They showed the report on the phone. Nowhere did it say airplane mode. I know. But they don't have an answer for us. Binks is ready to attack his own tail.
You solemnly swear the evidence
No,
given in
right.
court during the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been
Sir.
a paramedic and firefighter there since March
No.
of 2006.
Keep that down.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire
Sorry about
Department,
that.
did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as
Nobody wants to see your butt.
EMT
Go.
intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes,
Do you remember that day?
yes.
Were you
Sorry, Binksy was trying to flash you guys. No idea what he's doing. We are the jury and we have questions, sir. I don't know if they do it that way in the state of Massachusetts, though. Will you quit knocking my stuff over, Binks?
were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Pontopoc Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly
That's
how
not very specific,
soon or
sir.
later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
As a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before we run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
Whenever you're ready, sir.
She helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you know who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Just somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these two gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. She was. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
So it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we were discussing that, we have a Section 12 that states regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital. And we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital, and that was Sam Bach.
Sam Bach?
Bach, B-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you
Seems
started
that way,
driving
never
away to
mind.
Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with
They said
physical
husband.
injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes, well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what the patient that Ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being, the conditions outside. We were trying to give her hope that, there's a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say,
I'm going to step away from it. I need to take my medicine. It's past time, but this is still playing. I'm just right around the corner.
look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who Ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. Looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying, and she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you gotta get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her, and asked the doc if.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
Objection,
So
yes.
break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
No, I'm going along.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes.
I don't like the way this feels.
Good afternoon, sir.
Did I miss anything big?
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional.
For anyone that's just come in or doesn't know, we're doing this as the virtual jury, so we don't know the behind the scenes of the case. We are doing this as if we've never heard her name until yesterday.
Distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your
And I
crew,
think it's called
you were the
secondhand
one to
embarrassment.
drive the ambulance to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
The word that,
it was minutes. It was within the hour.
kidding.
I don't know.
Within the hour,
Yep.
okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had...
Exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from
Well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3, from
Or at
your
least
station.
the Station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The Station 1 engine.
I
So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The Station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire...
Guys, please remember, after you type something out, like he's only saying what he was told to say, don't forget to say IMO after that. Please.
fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know
There's been
I spoke
3 of
with
those so far.
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
So at least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
I don't blame you. This is only our second day in this case as the virtual jury, and I have not looked into this case at all. And I have 5 pages of notes from the first day alone. Literally. 5 pages front and back. If you missed our live yesterday, I put it on YouTube. Same name, Michelle's Criminal Musings. If you need to experience day one with us, where we detail what is in those notes, because damn.
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarah and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or
Thank you for
interacting
the
with them.
follow.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just
Yep.
my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Park.
Okay, and they were in charge of Engine 1?
You just can't take them with you.
Well, the Station 1 engine.
The Station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There's a fair amount of
I
activity.
mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so
Yeah.
you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians, and
civ-
police officers, and firefighters, correct, and civilians.
Who is here for this cross? Who is ready for Mr. Jackson? Because it's coming, I think. I could feel it in the air tonight.
Correct.
All right, with all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Did you
That's a
ever see
good
anybody
question.
exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right, you were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right.
And keep him, guys, who is the person you call if Michelle's ever arrested? You make sure we all know. Not that I would do anything to get arrested, but I'm just saying, if something ever happens, y'all know who I call, or who y'all call for me, because I won't be able to make the call. It's Mr. Jackson, if anything comes up, because I got insane serial unaliver stuff in my phone and missing people posters, and oh my god, I'd be so screwed.
And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
When you got there, you learned, I can strike that.
I just be like,
You
look
knew
at my
going
YouTube and
there
TikTok.
that your patient would have been Karen Reed,
Well, unlike Casey, I'm not gonna get on my knees to pay my legal fees.
correct?
No.
Oh.
When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived
All
that
I
you
had to
would
say.
be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a
Just say, sir, my friend had me, she asked me, I was helping her because she couldn't access her computer, because that is exactly why you looked it up, because I asked you to.
medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing
There
and
was a
treating
hostage
somebody,
situation there.
getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had...
Make sure Aaron knows to call him too if I'm ever arrested. Yeah, oh my god. I've done so many deep dives and all of it is in my phone. It's saved there. Like, if anybody ever pulls me over or anything, I'm done. They get my phone, I'm done for. Until I can explain the TikTok and the YouTube.
stents placed in their heart.
And Mr. Jackson.
We wouldn't talk about how they had their
comes
tonsils
and helps.
removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in
His cheeks just got really
critical
rosy too.
stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a
Yes,
nurse or a
you can.
doctor with
Contact me.
non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always
Really?
better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than
That
having.
wasn't my question.
Heather, try ordering it on Amazon.
My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now,
And make sure if you ever get arrested, you put your phone on airplane mode.
the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having
Let me know.
multiple sclerosis, right?
I'm gonna see it, Sandra, please.
I'm sorry I keep touching my face, but when I cuddle with Binks, all of that hair stuck to my face stuff. So I'm having Binks hair everywhere and I can't stop itching. I think this is sidebar 68. I have everything from Rex Heuermann's case on there, and every other serial unaliver in that area. I would be so in trouble or locked into a psych ward, one or the other. I'm not sure. I was just wondering that too. I saw her walk up there. How does she get to do so? Oh, I mean, then we might not have to worry about it. Yep. The only thing I could possibly get arrested for is my resting bitch face. I mean, other than that. The airplane mode makes it to where your phone cannot be remotely accessed by anyone when it's in custody. Turtle Boy? Who's Turtle Boy? Hi, Ruth. It's going good. We're on sidebar 686 or something. Thank you. I got a new shirt on. A new rose one. Or flower one. I forgot to link you, didn't I? What was it again? Turtle Boy? Oh no, not in relation to this. Oh no, I can't then. I can't until we get a verdict, but I will after. I will after. Thank you. You missed it. I did a zombie mask. Catnip did a zombie mask. We've really been busy today. Counting sidebars and lies on a stand done by people that are supposed to be telling the truth. It's been crazy. But don't worry, the video will be on YouTube after I get it uploaded. This one will take longer though because this has been a really long live. We're still on day 2. They had a very long break. Thank you, Ruth. And you know where we learned about airplane mode? For a second there, I thought that was Lori's case. No, that was Stefan's case that we learned about airplane mode. I thought, for some reason, I was thinking that was Lori's case. Yeah. Will one of you guys remind me that I have to make a video about Lori's interview? I have it all downloaded, but I didn't upload it, so I have to do that. I'm gonna forget. I can't believe I forgot to do it before the live. Looks like it's getting like stormy out. I don't want a storm here. Yeah, we sure do. It looks like it's stormy here in Illinois. The sky's looking kind of funky. Did you? Your therapist knows too. I cannot get the cat hip. I cannot get the cat hair off of my face.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony you
No
took,
more
I'm sorry,
Binksy cuddles.
history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or
Persistent.
constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
Just
That's
like
my
fibro.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
Yep.
My understanding.
All right, now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a
Well, it's not clear to him anything
major
because,
focus
yeah.
for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you.
I don't
She
understand
asked
the
if
problem.
somebody could survive after having been found in the snow
Thank you, Connie.
without a jacket, correct?
How are you?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And
Just say you gave her
assumed
false hope.
hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay, and you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Doing pretty good. Just got a headache coming on.
Is my assumption correct?
My
My
question
fibro
is
feels the rain.
that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with a hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
A defensive much?
And you told her, in fact, that you could not.
This is how it started with the last three witnesses. When they were caught up in something, they got this defensive too. Add him to the list.
Speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right, okay, so she kept asking it and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Carrie Roberts?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay, and you've previously described that in testimony
Hello, how are
last
you?
year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And
I'm
the
doing well,
events of
thank you.
January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so
Thank you,
you
Catnip.
do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is
You
today.
have a great
It's your
night
testimony.
too. I'm not far
I
behind
would
you,
feel it's
honestly.
just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over
We're
time,
almost done,
correct?
actually.
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, it's the
Okay,
last
so
20 minutes.
Are you testifying that your memory gets better over
There
time?
we go.
No, but
That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Carrie Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Carrie Roberts, right? Right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You
Now
told the
where said
police
do
that
not
you knew
recall.
Carrie Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you had seen Carrie Roberts on scene at 34th Fairview when you got there, correct?
Hi, Donna.
You also told police that Karen Reed, had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police
Welcome to the team,
during that
Donna.
interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
All right, well, that answers my question.
Okay.
Maybe they're intimidated. No.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Carrie Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Carrie Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Carrie Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Carrie Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So,
party.
well, one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
You think
Correct.
so?
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Carrie Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times.
Different times, correct.
We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Carrie Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there've been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Merlaney, You know many other officers at the Canton Police Station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's.
Did anybody get the vibe when Carrie was up there that there was something more with her and John? I'm just curious.
A small town.
Thank you,
correct?
Catnip.
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former
Okay.
state trooper
I had to
Michael
ask.
Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview
No.
you, correct?
We're doing this as a virtual jury, so we have not researched it. We're following all jury rules as if we're in the courtroom. We're only on the end of day 2.
Correct.
And I already have over
You
5
did not
pages
go
of
to school
notes.
with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
No.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
No.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's run report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34
Thank you,
seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated,
Thank you.
would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did. I assume so.
There was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be 2 reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah, so that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
I live in the middle of cornfields in Illinois, so.
Glasses so that I can see.
Right.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times
Lucky.
she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. Once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to
Me
end,
too.
Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
I lived in the
And
Mojave
in any
Desert
case,
for a
you
while.
heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection is sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
When he's pressed too hard, his cheeks get even redder. I don't understand why Karen gets to go to the sidebar, though. That's not something I've seen before. I'm glad you're at least 15 away from it. Really? I didn't know. It's so weird going from an Arizona trial to Massachusetts trial. When I moved to California in the middle of the Mojave Desert, it snowed, and in Illinois, where I moved from, there was an earthquake. I totally redid Mother Nature's plan. I lived on Fort Irwin base. That is true. You and me both. It's not doing me good for my fibro. That snow and that rain, everything that from here hurts.
It'll be short. I don't want to keep the folks here until 4:30. It's been a long day. So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow and make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know before you connect on your social media. Okay? Thank you. Have a good night.
All rise, please.
And that wraps up day 2, guys. So we'll be starting on the same witness. Yep, it is almost 150,000. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Have a great day, Heather. Thank you. I would and all that, but then I'd feel bad about everybody else missing it. So we will pick up. Should we do it tomorrow? I don't usually do Saturdays, but I'm inclined. Okay. So then let's do an hour earlier for tomorrow, though. Let's do 11 instead of 12. No. Okay. Okay, so I will see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time, and then we'll pick it up from there. We did hit 150,000. Thank you guys so much. That means so much to me that you guys got me there. Thank you. You opening season. Don't worry, I'll put tomorrow's live on YouTube as well after we're done. And I'll put this one up sometime tonight. It's gonna take a long time to download and then re-upload. Thank you, Catnip. So just take a bit longer. Okay. I think this live was 9 hours. So that will take longer to download and then to re-upload. But I'll put it on the YouTube, so it'll be there as soon as it's done. Thank you, Catnip. I appreciate it. Yay! Thank you so much. All right, guys. I know, right, Sharon? You know what's weird is with this case and with Lori's case, the amount of time that we were live flew by. It's the strangest thing because it doesn't feel like we're doing a trial. It feels like we're in a part of a movie both times. It's so strange. I'm not used to that. Usually it's like, keep yourself awake, keep yourself awake. But no, these 2 cases back to back, it's insane. It's totally insane. All right, guys. You guys have a great night. I'm going to go play Fortnite for a little bit. Yes, I play Fortnite at 40. I'm good. So, I'm going to go unwind before bed. You guys have a great night. I'll see you guys at 11 tomorrow Central Time. Night, guys. Thank you.